Go, Tom. What? Do not say. Hey, what's up, Hillbox? I'm just worrying about this max medicine nonsense. That one's Botan, the mythical Botan. Yeah, I'm pretty upset that this prescription is auto refilling. It's been auto refilling for a year, and it's like I'm gonna run out in 2 days. And they're like, oh, you need a new prescription from your vet. It's like, were you gonna fucking tell me? You know? If I didn't contact him like 3 times, I might have never known until it was too late. So I sent the prescription request to the vet today. Even though I called the vet twice to ask them to fill it as soon as possible, they apparently still haven't approved it. At least I didn't get a text message about the order being received. So yeah, I can't go to some other pharmacy because I don't actually have a prescription right now. I even tried to ask them, I was like, well, since I'm gonna run out before the prescription gets here, is it better to give him full dose for 2 days and then run out? Or do I give him half dose for 4 days and hopefully the medicine arrives by then? And they couldn't even answer that fucking question yet. I'm gonna give him half dose starting tomorrow because I don't know what else to do. Oh wait, I don't have enough bombs. That's not good. Yeah, I'm not prepared for the next dungeon with this many bombs. Yeah, I gotta farm bombs on the overworld if I want to continue this run. That's an option, but when I call the vet, I don't get to talk to the fucking vet. I talk to the person at the front desk. He's just like, yeah, we'll pass that information on to the vet, but he's really busy today, so I don't know if they ever talked to him today or not. Probably not. If I don't get a bomb drop from this next screen I go to, I'm gonna just reset the run. Fucking crash. I have to pay more attention this time. Like I could have gotten more bombs inside the dungeon itself, but I didn't notice that I was too low until it was too late. Yeah, like how am I gonna make plans with the vet to get a script for a local pharmacy if I can't actually talk to the vet? They might even be like, well, we're gonna have you come in, set up an appointment, and pay us for us to give you a prescription. Like, that happens, I'm definitely not going back to that vet. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Like, to me, the most ridiculous thing is that the company that does the automatic refills did not notify me that they weren't going to send me a refill this month because the prescription wore off. Like, there's no communication at all. I had to figure out on my own by texting them, like, 3 days, because I guess they weren't responding to texts over the weekend. I just texted them the last 3 days in a row. Finally get a hold of them today. At which point they're like, yeah, we need your vet to approve this. That's such bullshit. It'll probably be alright. Most likely I'll get the prescription in 4 days. Which is good enough because 4 days of a half dose is not gonna end Max's life or anything. But like if it goes on to where even a half dose I run out and there has to be days where he's not getting his medicine, I'm gonna be super pissed. I definitely half-assed my work today. Like I did not feel like working. I feel like it's still like, I still think like childhood, like Christmas season, like you get the whole like week between Christmas and New Year's off usually in school. So like that's how I still kind of see things. It's like I should have off this week. That's probably just entitled millennialness talking. Great. Yeah, waste a bomb. Thanks, guys, for acting like you're gonna be there and then moving. I'm sort of in active denial of any projects due at work. I'm kind of just pretending those don't exist right now, which is wasting time, I guess. Alright, that's exactly what I did today. Yeah, I explained it in detail, and they're like, the lady at the front desk said that it can take 24 to 48 hours to get the prescription filled. They only got it this morning, but that she would get back to me as soon as she talks to the vet about how to handle his doses in the meantime. Yeah, I had that question about, should I give him half dose for 4 days or full dose for 2 days and nothing for the next 2 days? She acted like she would get that answer from the vet like today, but they never called me back. Yeah, I can't really blame them too much. For all I know, they saved like 5 pets' lives today that needed emergency treatment. But yeah. But again, like the vet's not what's annoying me. Like, it's reasonable for them to expect it to take 24 to 48 hours to fill this prescription. Again, I'm just pissed off because the actual pharmacy company did absolutely nothing about the fact that it wasn't going to refill. Because, like, if they had let me know like a month ago that, hey, this is your last refill, by the way, then I would have had all month to fucking deal with this problem. It was probably just a matter of like the front desk lady immediately having like 50 other things on her plate and just like forgetting about me. That's probably what happened. But there's like an official document on the vet's like to-do list. Like he has a document to remind him to do the prescription, so like he should remember to do that. I have so much money. This is like at least 12 rupees more than average at this point in the run. I think I already have enough rupees for the rest of the run, actually. Yeah, this pet situation should be okay, because I was giving Max like half the recommended dosage for like months. He's still okay. Just know, like, if you're messing with thyroid hormone and you have it drastically swing from one extreme to another, that can be dangerous. Which is why I figure it's better to do half dose for 4 days and then to run out and have days with no dose. And that way, even if it goes to no dose after 4 days, then at least he had like sort of a tapering effect. Like he went from full to half to 0 instead of directly from full to 0. Yeah, it should be fine. It's just like I should get I should get the prescription done tomorrow. And then it's gonna ship on New Year's Eve. It's probably no mail on Thursday, so that's an extra day. And then it should arrive Friday, I hope. And if it arrives Saturday, then you wouldn't get his morning dose, but I could still get an evening dose, which means there would be still no days at 0 dose. That should be okay. Yeah, that'll be fine. Meanwhile, I'm getting kind of psyched out by this fitness journey that's going on. Like the weight loss has gotten so slow. So much slower than at the start. It's ridiculous. Like, I was 191.9 on the 14th of February, so that's 15 days ago. Today I'm 190.4, so that's like a pound and a half in 15 days. Although that's not really consistent or like fully honest, because like the day I got 191 or 191.4 15 days ago, that was like an outlier day. Because like the days after that was like mostly 192. So 191 was like a local low. Whereas this 190.4 could be a local high, because I got 189.6 yesterday. So I should be comparing 191.9 to 189.6, not comparing the Not comparing to today's 190.4 necessarily, because I gotta compare local lows to local lows, or averages would be even better. But I'm too lazy to take averages. Well, that's the other thing I was going to complain about, actually, is that since the 14th, my lifts have gone down mostly as well. Like about 10 days ago, I did the squat for 10 reps first set, and 10 reps the second set, and like 8 reps the third set. Yeah, like yesterday, for the same weight, I did 10 reps the first time, then 7 reps the second set, and like 6 reps the third set. Which, if that was just one lift, it was just the squat, that'd be alright, but bench press did the exact same thing. I've gotten 10 reps for the first set, every session for like 4 sessions in a row, and then today I can't get more than 9. I try to go for rep number 10 and like just fail halfway up and can't push it. So it's like, what the fuck? I mean, it is common knowledge that bench and squat in particular go down when you're cutting. Like, that's just the way it goes because of leverages and like the cushioning inside your joints when you lose fat is lower. So like you should expect squat and bench to go down on average trying to squat. It's just like I would still consider myself sort of regaining old muscle loss phase, which made me think I was immune to that effect. Like I should still be getting stronger even though I'm cutting, but I guess not. I don't know. But actually, besides bench and squat, everything else has been pretty okay. Like I hit my best rows, my best pull downs. So yeah, some lifts are still going up. So not the end of the world, I guess. I'm also getting demotivated somewhat because like I don't know if this chest fat is gonna go away. Like I'm not sure if it's just normal fat or gyno. If it's gyno, it's never gonna go away unless I get surgery. Just like, great, I'm never gonna look good now. That'd be pretty demotivating. I don't know, they say like I don't know, I could probably use an objective like third party to check, but like when I grab my chest fat, it feels like pretty much the same as like normal fat. It's like very squishy. Apparently, like actual gyno has like a stiff feeling to it. I actually might not be worse by giving up, though, is the thing, because if it is gyno, it actually becomes more and more noticeable with the leaner you get. Um, Same thing with loose skin, but fortunately I don't think I should struggle with loose skin very much, because we'll see. Yeah, true. Stop it from getting worse. Good point. I've been having second thoughts and wanting to maybe just cancel my doctor's appointment next week about testosterone. Yeah, I'm really having second thoughts about that because I'm not really experiencing many symptoms of low testosterone. Even if it's like low on paper, what really matters is the symptoms. And like I've heard from more and more sources that being on a diet and like actively losing fat will cause your testosterone to dip quite a bit, but it'll go back up when you stop the diet, which will hopefully happen sometime this year. I mean 2026. Well, if I go to the doctor and he wants to prescribe it to me, that gives him an opportunity to peer pressure me into it. God damn it. It's like I kind of don't want to give him that opportunity. Thank God, I needed that fairy. This room was a disaster. Yeah, I think after the diet, it should go back up. And the problem is, like, it going back up is still... like, where it was before the diet was very borderline. Like, it was pretty fucking low. It was just, like, barely within the normal range. And, like, if I do have some gyno, like, that was probably caused by low testosterone to a degree. But I guess mostly gaining too much fat, too. But I would think if I really had a problem with low testosterone, I wouldn't see like obvious growth in like my shoulders and chest from this lifting I've been doing. Like the growth in the before and after pictures is clear as day. I would think that's not even possible if you actually have like testosterone issues. But who knows? I do have some symptoms of low T. Definitely wouldn't say my energy is nearly as high as it could be, although it's so much better than it used to be before that lifting. The biggest symptoms are low libido, which I don't really care about because I don't have any person to use that on, so like, it doesn't really matter to me. But then the other thing that's kind of weird is I kind of tear up like very easily. Like it's very easy for like something touching to like make me want to cry, which is not normal, I don't think. At least not for me. You know, I was younger and healthier, like that never happened. But it happens all the time now. Like I'll see shit that's not even like like it's over little shit. Like I'll see like Metallica in concert, and I'll be like, my God, dude, they're so legendary. Then that'll make me want to tear up. And it's like, that's kind of weird. Or like, books that I like. I've already read like 10 times and didn't have that much of an emotional reaction to the first time. It's like, I don't know. It's like it's a heavier emotional reaction. The thing is I'm not sad though most of the time, which is like if it were like depression, I would be sad all the time. Like all that's happening is I'm more easily touched by sentimental things, which is not the same as being sad, I guess. But yeah, it kind of makes sense, but I don't know. Yeah, it's part of aging, but like maybe it's part of aging because testosterone goes down as you're aging. You know, it could be still what's causing it. Dude, oh my God. Come up, you fucking dick. I mean, it's pretty... I think starting a family is known to lower testosterone as well. Dads generally have a big dip in testosterone, and as like oxytocin goes up, testosterone goes down. Because that's your biology trying to make you like a long-term mate. Dude, goddamn. So yeah, it's like testosterone is low on paper, but really, quite frankly, as long as I'm not like leaving like a huge amount of potential muscle gains on like off the table, like, I don't really care. It's funny, like all I care about is the aesthetics part of it. Like if I can't get my gains from low tests, then I care, but it's making me fatigued and depressed. Like it's like not as big a deal to me. Gotta have my gains, man. Hey, what's up, Serpico? So yeah, I'm really confused, Serpico. Maybe you can explain it without it being a spoiler, because maybe I missed an explanation when I was listening to it. Maybe they did already explain it. But if they're just brothers, not twins, how the fuck is anyone getting them confused? Like, that makes no sense. Unless maybe there's like some magic involved. Gotcha. Yeah, you don't have to say anything. Like I said, I wonder if they already explained it in the chapter I listened to yesterday, where they first introduced that concept. It was a meeting between the two brothers in his jail cell, and they start like calling each other like the wrong names. It's like, what the fuck is going on? I think I'm around chapter 35, 36, something like that. Or spoke chapter 36, I would say. Yeah, well, I mean, he's introduced very early on as Dazen in the cell. Um, but it was, yeah, yesterday, you know, Gavin came into the cell and was like, "How you doing, Gavin?" Like, what? So it's very interesting because, I mean, it's an old cliche. Like, I mean, if you ever seen the movie or Man in the Iron Mask, it's like the same plot basically. But I think cliches done well are still very interesting. Like, I don't hate something because it's a cliche necessarily. Yeah, it's got me Wait. Oh, I did one too many. It's got me interested, but like it's got me worried too, because like I've been cheering for this guy and like thinking he's a badass. You know, the guy named Gavin at the beginning. Now I'm like, wait, is he a good guy or not? Like I don't know anymore. Very confusing. Like he's portrayed as a good guy still, I would say. He's definitely likable. But I thought it was really interesting is um Gavin's like he has this excuse where he says like he's gonna call Kip his nephew because that's like the polite way to phrase it, but it turns out and it sounds like he actually is his nephew, which is a fun little twist. Yeah, the kid just had his test to see like what his like magic talent is or whatever. They call him the super chromatic or something with his vision, but they haven't actually tested his ability to draft yet. I think that's what's going to happen tonight. It's currently being shepherded around by the what is his name? Iron Fist or something. And Gavin is doing a tutorial, like a lesson to all the ultraviolets, which is more or less seems to be about exposing this character. I don't remember her name, but it's like Kip's like infatuation. I see. Yeah, because I picked up very few things about what the different magic types actually do. I mean, I'm starting to get a handle on it. Like, it's easy to remember. Like, sub red is like fire and heat. Um, Ultraviolet seems to be all about like encoding secret messages and shit. Um, Green is like creating objects, but it's like flexible objects. Whereas I think they haven't really explained like yellow and blue seem to be involved in more solid objects. Then there's been no mention of orange or just regular violet. So like I don't even know if those are a thing yet. Okay, yeah, I'll think of it like brick then. Okay, cool. That I'm starting to understand. But the thing that's like most difficult to learn and pick up on is recent historic events. Recent historic events and of course the gods. Like it's very hard to figure out like what happened in this war or whatever that happened not too long ago. Because what really happened in that war is what's going to determine if I think the Dazen guy is actually a good guy or not. I can't really tell. Yeah, I don't understand the history well enough to like know what's motivating these various characters. I don't understand also like the satrapies, like what is a satrapy? Is that just like a state, like a nation state? Seems to be what it is. Is that a real word, like in English, like that I should know, like in history, or is that just a made-up word for this story? Satrapy. Okay. It makes sense. Kind of like how they use paces for their unit of distance. I'm sure that's like a real thing in human history, but it's not common today. Okay, it's a governor. Okay, satrap. Cool. That makes a lot more sense. That's something that, like, I don't know why, but it's like I find it slightly annoying that they call things paces. I have no idea why that would annoy me, but it's like for some reason annoying. It's like and then I think they also use like thumbs for smaller distances. But like they use this like nifty language, but then I've also heard them describe things in feet before. So it's like I almost feel like it's an accident if he calls it feet instead of paces. Exactly, yeah. He's just trying to make the world feel more unique, but it's like in a silly way, I guess. So yeah, there's the seven states basically, and I don't understand who any of them are. I don't understand if anyone is trying to war with anyone else right now. I don't understand who the white is. I have a lot of questions about the state of the world in recent history. More so than I have about the magic system, actually. And I'm curious if this is probably something you can't spoil, but I'm curious if this god they keep referring to is real in this story, and if he even matters. Where they just felt like the story has to have a god because all fantasies have it. Like, is it relevant? I don't know. I'm not even sure if they've mentioned more than one god. Like, I don't remember the name of the one they use. most commonly. Orlum. Yeah, I don't even know how to say that. I don't remember them. I don't remember the name of them, but I guess that's what they call them. That word doesn't ring a bell. Oops. Dresden's is ridiculous. Like, it would have you thinking that people go around saying Hell's Bells all the time. Like, that's just a normal thing to say. Yeah, I picked up on that. Heard it a few times. Yeah, I just don't know if the god A exists or B even matters. I'm guessing the god is irrelevant to the world, but who knows? If you're curious, Hobox, this is a series called Black Prism that I just started. And I will say that it is, of the last, like, 7 or 8 non-Dresden books I've listened to, it's the most interesting so far. So it might be worth checking out, but it's high fantasy, it's not urban fantasy. It's like the entire world is, like, super fictional. I don't know if you care about that. I'm still going to push heavily for Alex Virus. That goes for you too, Serpico. Virus is awesome. But there are a lot of mixed opinions on Virus out there, like on the Dresden Reddit forum. Like, they're trying to figure out, like, a lot of people are trying to figure out, what do I listen to while waiting for the next Dresden book to come out that's urban fantasy and kind of similar. And the two big ones that people are debating between is Rivers of London series and Alex Virus. I'm like super hardcore on Team Alex Virus. It's like a way better series. Because I got on to like book 3 or 4 of Rivers of London, and like, I didn't like the main character. I wasn't interested in any of the side characters. I didn't think the magic was very interesting. I didn't think the world building was very interesting. It was just like a clear win for Virus for me. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back, but I do want to pull something up real quick. Hold on a second. So yeah, I did want to share this link. This is basically the authors of the Beer series, like his best sort of sales pitch, elevator sales pitch, describes what it's all about. So if you give it a read, maybe that'll interest you. But the main character's abilities are very, very unique. Like, you can see the future, but like, obviously if you're gonna write a book where someone can see the future, it's very easy to make that too overpowered and to sort of remove balance from the characters. But the way the author handles balancing that power is really good. Like, at no point does Alex feel like he's too powerful. Like you can see in the future, but like the further you look, the more distortion kind of comes into it. You can't predict other people's behavior because free will is involved. But you can, for example, throw a dart at a target and hit it 100% of the time because you can foresee what it's less like you see the future. It's more like you travel into possibilities. Like, you travel into possible futures and you see what would happen if I did this. And because of that, he can, for example, hit something on a dartboard 100% of the time because he's able to look forward and see, okay, if I move my arm this way, I know exactly what's going to happen, so I need to adjust my aim a little bit, and he's able to sort of pre-throw the dart in his mind until he knows exactly how he has to throw it. I'm just having a protein shake. I have my 3 big protein shakes per day, and that's how I get pretty much all of my dietary protein. Yeah, the Vera series I think has a great magic system. Like, it's got some really good like politics, you know, not real world politics, but the politics of the magical world. It's very interesting because there's some bad light mages and some good dark mages. So like, you can't necessarily tell who's good. I like the characters a lot from Virus, especially the main character. Like, I think it's essential that you like the protagonist of a book, and I find Alex very likable. The guy who reads it, his accent is like really a big part of it too. Like, he just sounds like a cool British dude. I would say its biggest weakness, though, Alex Virus is so you know how Dresden Files, every book is contributing to the master plot in some way, but it's really an isolated book at the same time. Each book has its own story that is presented and concluded in that same book, for the most part. Alex Virus is a little muddier. Like, even though I've read the series like 2 or 3 times, like, I couldn't tell you what the plot of book 7 is, you know? Because, like, what's happening in book 7, like, really, like, totally bleeds into books 6 and 8. So it's, like, much harder to look back on it and be like, yeah, I like that book the most. Well, I mean, I can tell you which one I like the most. It's the last one. Like, the last book really ties it all together really well. And it's a great ending, I think. But, yeah, you might not like it as much for that reason. It's like, pick any Dresden book and I could tell you, like, exactly what the plot is for that book. It's very clear what it's about, but yeah. Mistborn, I did start to read that. I started to get into the magic system of that and how it all involves, like, it's involved with metals and shit. Unfortunately, I didn't like the main character, like the girl, like. So because of that, like, I can't get into a book if I don't really like the main character. It's essential. Although there were some characters I thought were cool in Mistborn, like Kelsier, I think his name was. He seemed like a pretty cool dude. Yeah, I did not care for... Was her name Vin? I think it's Vin is the main character of that story. And it's just like, I don't know, it has a little bit of that... Gives me a little bit of that Star Wars Force Awakens kind of vibe. Where it's just like... giving an unlikely girl an extreme amount of power that she didn't really earn just to kind of be like... Look, it's a girl instead, isn't that cool? Like, I don't know. It's just a little, it borders on woke for me. Lightbringer, right, yeah, you told me about Lightbringer. Is that one that I started to listen to and didn't continue? I forget. Oh, Lightbringer is Black Prism. Okay, gotcha. Oh, really? She likes Link to the Past? Yeah, Link to the Past is... I always say Link to the Past is like the first Zelda game anyone should try to see what Zeldas are really about. My brother thinks that's sacrilegious because he grew up with Zelda 1. But like, I think Link to the Past is overall a much better game than Zelda 1, to be honest. They're both good, but Link to the Past is just way, way more polished. Yeah, the combat's hard to pick up in this game because you have to take into consideration the actual arc of the sword. Or Zelda 1, you just stab forward, like you're gonna hit the square in front of you, like very precisely. Whereas in this game, you kind of hit things that are slightly at an angle from you, and like more to the side. So yeah, just tell her to pay really close attention to the sword swipe animation, I guess. Yeah, she should enjoy it. I think it's a very satisfying game to get through because all the items you get like have cool ways of unlocking new parts of the world. Like, I think it's great how you start with all these rocks blocking everything, and then suddenly after the second dungeon you can pick them up and shit. And like gives you all these new areas to check out. And it's like you get the hook shot in the dark world, and all of a sudden you can go to like the other half of the continent. Yeah, I remember first time playing this game as a kid, how like happy I was to be able to pick up the rocks. It was a big deal. Okay, that makes sense. All right, yeah, because I had heard of a Lightbringer before this Black Prism stuff. I thought it was even maybe Brandon Sanderson again, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I might have missed. Did you have another question about the protein shake that I never answered? Thought you might have. Shit. I don't know the name of the brands. I'd have to look it up. I feel like I sent it to you once though. I sent it to somebody, and you're like one of the few people I talked to, so I feel like it might already be in your chat somewhere. But, the reason I get the particular brand that I do is for two main reasons. The flavor is a very good strawberry. Dude, that's bad. I really don't like chocolate protein shakes, which is sort of the most common and popular flavor. But I think a good strawberry flavor is really good for protein shakes. I don't know if I sent a pic, but yeah. I guess if you search for the word protein in our chat, yeah, it might bring something up. But either way, if you remind me after the run, I can send it to you again. The other big reason I choose this particular brand is because it mixes very well. You don't need a blender or anything. You can just pour water in it and just stir it up with a spoon, and then you're like good to go. I mean, you'll get some chunks, but like compared to other protein shakes, the chunking is like pretty minimal. And it tastes so good that I kind of like the chunks. So it's like very different than most protein shakes. I don't know what you mean by chalkiness necessarily, if that might be the same thing as the chunks I'm talking about. Shit. It's twice in a row I fucked this fight up. But yeah, it's a whey isolate. No, it's not chalky at all. I would not describe the texture as chalky. It has the consistency of water. It's basically just like water, and its density. I mean, it's got to be denser than water, but it feels like water in my mouth. Yeah, that's it. Synthesis 6, yeah. Another reason I recommend it is because it's mostly whey isolate, which is like a step up in quality over whey concentrate. Most people just get concentrate, but that shit, concentrate tends to have like a lot of shit in it that's not just protein. And yeah, isolate's just a much more purified version of the protein. It's like 99% protein in that shit. I guess it's like strawberry milk. I haven't really tasted. I haven't tasted strawberry milk, so I'm only guessing. I don't actually know what strawberry milk tastes like, but like, yeah, it's kind of milky in a way, I guess. Yeah, maybe try a strawberry, but like pick you up a chocolate too in case you like that. I don't know. I would do a little more research on it and see if you can find like an actual amino acid breakdown. Like you should know like what amino acids you're getting in your shake. Like the most important one by far is leucine, and if you don't have a lot of leucine in it, it's kind of a rip off actually. Yeah, I'm pretty well past them just arriving on the island. It's yeah, a couple chapters later, Gavin's got some things he has to do. He's like says to himself, I need to visit my brother, and then I gotta talk to the white. Gotcha. Well, the problem with taste is it's so subjective, right? You know, you might think it tastes like shit, whereas I think it's the best of like more than 10 different brands I've tried. I've tried easily more than 10 different brands of protein shake, and this is the only one that's so good that like I'll buy it over and over and over again. Like I never get tired. I have 3 of these shakes per day, and never do I complain about the flavor. Like every time it's like, all right, I get to drink this now. Not, oh no, I have to drink this. I will say, as somebody who really, really likes sweetness, for having 0 sugar in it, it does a pretty good job of faking like a sugary strawberry flavor. It's not too sweet tasting, not by a long shot, but like if you told me it had sugar, like actual sugar in it, I would believe you. I would say, yeah, it tastes like sugar, but it's not. Peptides? Nice. I don't know anything about that. What are you doing it for? Build muscle? Or is it like a... Oh. Healing recovery. Makes sense. Is there an injury that you're trying to deal with, or are you just trying to recover from exercise faster? Okay, yeah, I took something called Sermorelin for a while, which supposedly leads to more growth hormone. I didn't really see I didn't notice a difference from it. Interesting. Do you need a prescription for it? Like, I had to get a prescription for the Sermorelin, but there's like basically no barrier to getting it. Like you just go to like the doctor and you say like on this website, you say I want some Sermorelin. They're like, ooh, sounds like you really need Sermorelin. Let me prescribe that for you. like sure. I'll have to check it out. Like if it, I doubt I would take it unless it like really made a huge difference. But yeah, before you got here, I was talking about how next week I have an appointment to talk about low testosterone with my doctor, and it's possible that he may try to prescribe TRT. I'm kind of resistant to that idea. So we'll see what happens. Oh, HGH is definitely not new. I mean, people were using HGH shots, like direct shots of it in like the 90s. People often theorize that that's what got Dorian Yates so much bigger than everyone else, because he was like the first guy to take HGH, but I don't think that's true. I think he just had really good genetics, but that could be part of it. Gotcha. So I guess Sermorelin, it might be one of the things you're talking about. Like, it's not HGH in and of itself, but it supposedly stimulates a lot more of it at night. But yeah, as far as I know, though, like nothing beats good old-fashioned testosterone. Like, if you want to grow muscle unfairly fast, like that's what you use. Yeah, the H stands for human, like the first H, that is. Human growth hormone. Yeah, I really don't like the idea of stabbing myself with a needle twice a week. Apparently you get used to it very fast, but like I don't want to have to give myself a shot. Like, it just feels like a major ordeal to have to deal with on a bi-weekly basis. Oh, okay. It's basically a high concentration amino acids. Makes them sound pretty safe. I mean, ideally, anything you take would be improving your health and not having any negative side effects. But yeah, with my current gyno scare that I got going on, like, last thing I want to do is introduce testosterone and potentially make that worse. But TRT should not give you gyno. Like, the whole point of TRT is just to get back to normal levels of testosterone. And these negative side effects associated with steroids supposedly don't happen unless you're going to super physiological doses. But I've always been like super curious what steroids are like. I don't think I would take them, but like back in like 2015, I was a little dumber. I mean, not dumber, but more impulsive, less future focused. and I knew a guy who could get me some, I probably would have taken it back then. But, you know, I'm glad I didn't, because it's like a lifetime commitment. You don't get to come off of it and like it's no big deal. Like your hormones are gonna be dependent on the exogenous dose for the rest of your life, pretty much. Yeah, I think if it's anything like the needle that was used for my Ozempic last year, like that, it, like, I wouldn't even call that a needle. Like it's something else. It's too small to be a needle. Oh, okay, it's the same as an Ozempic needle. That's actually really sweet then. Yeah, it doesn't bother me one bit. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm getting so much better results. What I'm currently doing than I did on Ozempic. Like I took Ozempic for like 6 months and I think I lost a total of like 10 pounds. Meanwhile, I've lost 25 plus pounds in the past couple of months. Basically just from like consciously dieting, you know, like having a plan and following that plan is better than taking Ozempic and just hoping it works, you know. But the best, I guess the best of both worlds would be, well, not Ozempic, but like the newer generation shit, like tirzepatide, plus like a planned like actual diet. Combine those things, you should be getting pretty lean, but currently don't feel the need for a GLP agonist because I don't struggle with hunger too much on my current calorie deficit. Yeah, quitting drugs helps for sure. Like I think some of the SSRI type shit I was taking was making it harder to motivate myself to lose weight. Whereas now I'm just on Wellbutrin, which is actually phenomenal for weight loss, I think, because it reduces reward-based eating. It's not that it makes you less hungry, but Wellbutrin makes you less likely to go get some food just because you really want that good flavor in your mouth. You know what I mean? Like, it's different from being hungry. It's like you want to reward yourself with something delicious. Wellbutrin gets rid of that pretty well, I found. Really? Ooh, that's not good. Has the weight loss made that better for the most part? Yeah, I hear if you're diabetic, stuff like Ozempic can help with that a lot too. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I was on. I was on Prestique, which was an SSRI, plus Vraylar, which is an antipsychotic, and in retrospect, like after getting off that stuff, I can for pretty much for fact say that stuff made me more depressed than it made me better. In fact, I largely blame that for sort of the suicidal ideation I was going through back then. I didn't realize that was going on. Yeah, I wouldn't say the SSRIs influenced my weight. Most of my fat gain started after I'd been on the SSRIs for a long time. Like I'd been taking SSRIs for years, and then all of a sudden I decided to start eating a lot more because it was fun. So it wasn't like the timing didn't correspond with starting SSRIs. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, SSRIs, they're pretty brutal. Like, I got kind of lucky in how easy I was able to quit this year. I tried to quit SSRIs like a couple years ago, and I guess my chemistry was just different back then, because then it was like super hard, and I had to get back on the SSRI. Yeah. It's really weird. Like, I don't understand my depression, like, history. Because, like, it got really bad. Really out of hand. And, like, what finally fixed it is... I have no idea. It's the truth. I do not know why I'm not depressed anymore. It's really weird. Like, I'm clueless. I'm not depressed, and it's like similar to how I had pretty bad back problems 10 years ago, and then just all of a sudden I look back, it's like, hey, my back doesn't hurt anymore. Weird. It's like you think of your body as sort of this static thing that once you have a problem, it's there for good, but sometimes problems just seem to go away on their own, which is great. Well, I was taking Adderall and modafinil at the same time for a long time, and that was definitely very problematic for me too. Like, it wasn't giving me more energy; it was actually sapping my energy somehow. Like, since quitting Adderall, my motivation has gone way up. So yeah, it's weird. No, I started eating better because my depression was going down. Like, I had to get out of the low motivation state of mind, and then I was able to start dieting and exercising. But then the dieting and exercise like reinforced everything and like made all other like motivation increase as well. Sorry, I'm just now reading the long sentence you wrote for Mox. Having trouble keeping up with chat here. It's just funny because there's two people. Like, I don't know how these streamers with like 100 chatters are able to do it. So medicine is kind of resetting your baseline. Interesting. Yeah, I think I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, it could be it. I mean, there's got to be a there's got to be a certain degree of sort of making life decisions that really plays into it as well. Like depression is often caused by basically just having a problematic life and not knowing what to do and not having the motivation to do anything about it. So like the main thing like mentally that got me better was I basically just let go of the belief that I have to be married to have a good life. That's what it really came down to for me. I was always very, very ashamed of my lack of a girlfriend. And like, there's so much shame associated with it. And such a strong belief that my life is ruined because of it. That like, I couldn't cope with it. But then, you know, somehow I decided that it's okay. I guess I'll be single forever, and that's okay with me now. And ever since I adopted that attitude, it's been a lot better. Yeah, it's reprogramming how you think. Problem is, like, it takes a very long time to reprogram how you think, and it's mostly happening beneath the surface, I believe. So there's no way to rush or force yourself to think in a different way. Like it might legitimately take 6 months of you being depressed and not knowing what to do for you to finally recover and change your attitude. Like, I worked with a lot of therapists and they didn't do shit for me. My therapist had zero to do with my recovery. Well, yeah, when SSRIs are kind of designed to reduce negative feelings, I guess. But your negative feelings are there to tell you that something needs to change in your life. So if you're blocking those negative feelings, then you won't have the desire to change anything, so you end up staying the same. So like you kind of have to, they always use the word process. I don't really know what process means in this context, but you gotta take the SSRIs so that you can feel your negative emotions and process them. But yeah, as I say all this, like there's still a lot of doubt that I'm really better. Like I don't feel depressed now, but I don't trust that it's gonna stay that way yet. Like I feel like something could cause me to go right back into that depression, but I don't know. Like the main thing I worry about is losing my elderly cat, Max. I know that's bound to happen soon, and for all I know, that could cause a radical downward spiral. We'll see, though. I feel like this run is very bad. I haven't paid a lot of attention to it, but I think there's been some pretty big time losses here and there. So I'm not sure if this run can PB, even if I get the good RNG. But we will soon see what RNG I have this run. We got 2 big mini games coming up pretty soon here. Yeah, I wish I knew what my pace was. I guess most of the run was just like very average for me, but like there is one pretty major time loss I had, which was on the overworld where you go swimming even though you don't have the flippers, the fake flippers trick. I just lost like 20 seconds going for that shit. It felt like this dungeon was alright. Yeah, depression is really weird. Like I hate whenever people say like it doesn't exist. Or like, you just gotta fucking toughen up, man. Like, I got plenty of reasons to be depressed, but I'm not depressed. Why are you so weak that you're depressed? Like, man, just be a man and fucking, I don't believe in depression. Like, those people just don't know what it's like. They don't understand at all. Like, they are often right in the sense that there is, like, they don't, like, they are right in that your beliefs about it can influence how depressed you get. But it's absolute foolishness to think that anybody can just snap out of depression if they just, like, if they just try, you know, you gotta try harder. It's not about how hard you try. I don't think. Dude, fuck you. The problem is when you're really depressed, like when you get truly depressed, you don't want to fix it. At least in my experience. Like, I didn't want to fix my depression. Because I saw my bleak outlook on life as just the realistic truth, basically. And I still kind of think that's the case. But at that point in time, I perceived the notion of getting my life in a better situation and making my life better Like, I believe that was a pointless endeavor. Because my life doesn't matter. And I'm just gonna die anyway. That's how depressed people tend to think. So it's like, you can tell them to, dude, just improve your life. Like, be more positive. You're like, I don't want to be more positive because that's fucking, like, arrogance, basically. Like, I have a realistic perspective on things because I know I'm just gonna die anyway. You guys who are all optimistic, you're just lying to yourself, basically. It's like you find yourself asking yourself, like, why would I want to improve my life? Look at me, I'm a piece of shit. Why would I want my life to be any good? You know, my life isn't supposed to be good. Guilt for what I would do to other people. I'm glad that helps, man. You know, that never really helps for me. It's like, my number one attachment here on Earth to another creature is with my cat, Max, basically. And I knew if I took my life, I would be depriving Max of, like, the only friend he's ever known in his life. And knowing that was not enough, I was still willing to do it. I don't know, ultimately I didn't do it. I can't really explain why. I think I never really had the courage. Never found a painless way to do it. So that's a big part of it. But the desire to do that has basically gone away, fortunately. Alright, well, this run's dead. A big part of the fix is to have something to look forward to. For me, currently, that's believing that I'm going to be jacked and lean in like a year. It's like I'm really looking forward to that. But the problem is, I know I'm going to get to an age where it's going to be a matter of fighting not to lose strength and size, not gain size anymore. Like, and then eventually you just lose all your muscle anyway. And also, like, I really don't want time to go forward because every day is a little bit closer to losing Max. So, like, yeah, I still mostly dread the future. But at least there's a couple of things I look forward to now, whereas there used to be literally nothing I looked forward to. Ever. It's hard to look forward to the Dresden book too much because, well, to be honest, I don't expect 12 months to be very good. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong, but yeah, I don't think 12 months is going to be very interesting. Because, it's not going to be action-packed. There's going to be very little action in that book. It's all going to be about Harry's, like, emotional struggles. Which is good. I'm interested in what's going to happen, but I don't think significant events are going to happen like they did in Battlegrounds. Like, Battleground was just one massive significant event, one after another. Whereas, I don't think at the end of 12 months, the world is going to be any different than it is at the start of 12 months. Just Harry's going to have his mojo back somehow. Jim is, according to his website, he's about a quarter of the way done the next book called Mirror Mirror. His attitude about working on that book and interviews is very positive. Jim, in case it's not obvious, he's the author of the Dresden Files. He had severe struggles with depression, actually. And that's largely why it's taking him like 5 years between Battleground and 12 months. But based on what I'm seeing in his interviews, like, he's really got his passion back. Seems like he's like actually enjoying writing. Like, he truly believes that writing is like his life's purpose again. And like he wants to work hard now. Whereas there was a long time where I think he had like no will, basically. He had no willpower anymore. So yeah, I think at least for now, it looks like he's picking up the pace a lot. Yeah, you can tell in Battleground that like he was depressed when he wrote that book. Like, that's by far the darkest of the series, I would say. Like, shit got bleak. Just like read the chapter, re-listen to the chapter where he describes things as pandemonium. And it's like he's just like walking around, like seeing all the horror that's going on in Chicago, sort of in like a surreal slow motion. Like, that was definitely written by like a depressed person, I feel like. There we go. Oh yeah, like I didn't finish the Furies series. Codex Alera, it's called. I tried twice to read it, and like there's just like chapter after chapter that was just not interesting to me, so I ended up giving up. But I think part of it too is it's like he's been talking about Mirror Mirror, the book that he's currently working on, for like 15 years. Like, I think this is a book like that he's always like really wanted to write. But like I think he basically had to get through some shit that he didn't really want to write that much in order to get there. So while he was sort of stuck on those other books that he didn't want to write, like, he wasn't as motivated. Now he's on to shit that he really does want to write. And so I think that's going to come out fast. And I think by the time he gets to the end, like the big trilogy at the end of the series, he's probably going to write that shit really fast. Because I mean, if I were him, I'd be super excited to be writing that finally. Like, your life's work basically coming to fruition. All the, like, plot twists and shit that he's been, like, having to hide from us for years and years, he can finally reveal what was his big plan all along. I can't imagine. There's probably shit that, like, he wishes he could tell us so bad, but he can't, because that would ruin it. I want to know who the fuck Cal is, dude. Who's Cal? And how is he important? Like, is he going to be important at the end? I feel like he's somehow going to be involved in the end. Yeah, that's true. That's true, I agree. But with 12 months, he, I think he felt obligated to write 12 months because he thought that the emotional state that Harry was in is not prepared to realistically dive into another sort of adventure book. So it's like he had to take the time to repair Harry before he could like really get into another like story again. So I think he was bogged down by the fact that like he had to basically deal with Harry's trauma in its own book before he could get back to the good stuff that we all like. So that's why I don't really expect 12 months to be very good. It's like even the author seems to see it as like sort of a necessary obligation kind of thing. But yeah, dude's gonna be. I hope he makes it. Like, I hope he lives long enough to actually finish this series. Like he could be done in 10 years for sure. But like at the pace he's been going for the last 2 books, it would take him like 40 more years, and he's probably not gonna live that long. But like I hope he stays motivated and actually finishes it. So I think he himself is gonna be so happy to put out that final trilogy. Because again, it's like, imagine having like secrets, like major secrets that you have to keep from the world for like 20 years. How good it would feel to finally just let those secrets out. He doesn't need 2 books a year. So he just finished book 18. There's going to be 22 like regular case books. So that's only 4 more. And then the big trilogy at the end. So it's a total of 7 books left in the Dresden Files. That's less than 1 a year. But he's got that Olympian Affair series, the Cinder Spire series he's working on too, so that's gonna slow him down. This run is so bad that, like... Okay, hopefully she's not listening if she's ever gonna read the Dresden Files, because I had somewhat spoiled things. I mean, not really. All I said was that Battleground was really dark. And that Harry has a lot of fucking trauma to deal with. Yeah, it was. The quote that's always stuck with me, like, very much, is that in Peace Talks, Harry kind of speaks from... He speaks from a different perspective. He has a line where it doesn't sound like he's talking about the events like they just occurred. It's like he suddenly goes into, like, this perspective of, like, looking at his life as a whole, as if it were happening after the entire series is over. And he says, looking back, that was the moment everything started to change. And that's when Ethniu basically did something so obviously supernatural that the mortal world can no longer ignore that the supernatural exists. So yeah, it was really cool. It's like, it kind of felt like Harry was at the end of the series telling us that, yeah, the shit that happened at the end of Peace Talks changed everything. And it's true, man. Like, Chicago got fucked, man. And I know the government's gonna try to hide it and pretend like it was all like a terrorist attack or some shit. But I don't think the mortal world can believe that lie anymore. Like, too many people witnessed too much crazy shit for people to stay with their heads buried in the sand, you know? And yeah, it's like it's become a different series over time. Like, it wasn't really all at once. It was like a very gradual process, but it went from like a detective solving a mystery with a little magic involved to like full-blown like fantasy world now. And it's only gonna get worse, I think, for the mortals. I think as crazy as the battle in Chicago was, I think there's going to be bigger, more catastrophic, more epic shit that's going to happen. It's just going to get even crazier at this point, I think. Especially since he calls the last 3 books an apocalyptic trilogy, is how he refers to them. So you can bet your ass like some serious shit's gonna happen. But yeah, I think it's really, really cool and really exciting. But again, like, I don't think any of this shit's gonna develop in 12 months. Like, I don't think we're gonna see any... We're not gonna learn anything that is relevant to the end of this series, I don't think. which is really what I want. I want information on the last 3 books. That's what I'm interested in. And we kind of got a taste of that in Battlegrounds. Like, we met Dracul. Dracul reveals that he's a Starborn, and he says something about they need Harry's blood to fill the stars and stones. Now, what the fuck does that mean? What are the stars and stones, and what are they filling it for? So I think that's very relevant to the end game. And then you got good old Nicodemus out there somewhere, bitter as fuck about his recent losses. But Nicodemus is said in small favor as book 10, how this is endgame. Like, it's very clear that Nicodemus is preparing for an apocalypse. So he's going to be heavily involved, I believe. And I think he's basically going to be an anti-hero. I could be wrong, but I think by the end, like, we're going to think Nicodemus is, like, Harry's, like, greatest ally, basically. But we'll see. And I think, I don't know if I pointed it out to you, but one of the coolest things in the series so far is, Nicodemus and Nemesis say the exact same thing. It's like, it gave me like goosebumps when I heard it. Like, in book 5, Nicodemus says, "Apocalypse isn't an event. It's a state of mind." And then Nemesis says the exact same shit in book 17. I was like, holy fuck, what the hell does that mean, dude? Like, that's gotta be significant. Why is Nemesis quoting Nicodemus, basically? What the fuck does that mean? It's like super interesting. Anyway, now I gotta catch up on what you wrote. I've been kind of riffing, not paying attention to what you wrote yet. Hold on. Take it away from Chicago, yeah. Yeah, moving more towards the supernatural. Yeah, it's definitely moving the story forward in a very dramatic way. Yeah, I think, yeah, by the end of the series, what's going to come into play is that what's going to really matter is those outer gates. I think the outsiders are going to get in, going to probably kill Mab, get in the outer gates, and then something really dramatic is going to happen with Molly once Mab is gone. Then the outsiders are going to get in. I think Demon Reach is going to get opened up. All that bad shit's going to come out. And then we're going to have to deal with basically Cthulhu. Whoever the 3 walkers serve, their master is going to come out as the big bad, I think. Although I think there's going to be like a supernatural big bad, I think, like Cthulhu. But there's also going to be like a human big bad. Because like most books, like most good stories have something like that. You have like a sort of a magical enemy that's like a big monstrous kind of thing. But you also need like a very human, relatable enemy too. And I'm not sure who that more human enemy is going to be. Maybe Nicodemus. Who knows? Maybe somebody we don't expect, like Ebenezer. That would be interesting. We find out Kemmler's still alive, or find out Justin DeMorn's still alive. Yeah. Yeah, what makes this series so good is like it really gets you like asking questions. I really want to know the answer to like 20 different questions I had. But I really look forward to more books coming out because of that. Did I ever get a fairy? I think I did, yeah. I think it's gonna still kind of be based in Chicago in the end because of its proximity to Demon Reach. But yeah, I think at some point the focus is going to be more on the Outer Gates, the Never Never, and the world as a whole, because I think when all this bad shit happens with the Outsiders and Demon Reach getting opened up, I think that's gonna basically destroy the whole world, not just Chicago. Do you know who Simon Petrovich is? Did I ever mention him? Yeah. Yeah, it's like Harry has too much responsibility now to be taking cases. Did you read The Law? Like the short story set after Battleground? Because that's kind of more like his kind of traditional kind of case, actually. It's interesting to see. You do get to see how the government is trying to cover up the events of Battleground. Like, it's kind of funny. Well, I won't spoil it, but they have a very cheesy way of trying to cover it up. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I thought they called it the heebie-jeebies. Everybody just hallucinated it. It was really just a terrorist attack. You guys have the heebie-jeebies. It's such a silly Jim Butcher type like expression. Probably came from like fucking 80s or some shit when he grew up. Yeah, I mean, I think the next book, 12 Months, is definitely going to be mostly set in Chicago. Because Harry's got his new castle, man. Guess, gotta... But yeah, if you don't remember who Simon Petrovich is, he is potentially pretty important. He was the senior council member killed in book 4 to give Ebenezer a seat on the senior council. And the reason why he's important is because, well, two things. He was Justin Dumoulin teacher. So in a way, he's sort of like Harry's teacher, because he taught the guy who taught Harry. And he's also the council vampire expert. And somebody, I believe, was feeding the vampires information about how the senior council, or how the White Council does its war. Like, they were getting insider information from them. And it's possible that Simon Petrovich didn't really die, and he was helping the vampires, and that he might actually be Cal. Because Harry describes Cal as having senior council level power. And when Cal meets Harry, one of the first things he says to Harry is, "I've been wanting to see what has the warden so worried about you," basically. So, like, it very much sounds like he was like a senior council member, actually. And it just so happens that if Simon were Cal, then his name would be Simon Cal. Which is exactly the kind of humor that Jim Butcher has. So yeah, he's my number one pick on who Cal could be. And it's possible that he has been shaping Harry in a way through Justin Dumoulin. Did they say he used his death curse explicitly? If so, then that's pretty strong evidence against my theory. Yeah, it's actually, that is the most, I believe that's the most popular theory on what happened. Wait. Dude, I'm doing, we're done with Dungeon 5, man. I'm doing the Dungeon 5 route. What am I doing? And then the most popular pick for Kumori is Elaine. Although I don't know why they would pick Elaine for that. Like, Simon being Cal, like, at least makes sense for two reasons. Is the fact that his name is Simon Cowell, and like that's an irresistible joke. But mainly the fact too that it's like I described Harry's first meeting with Cal, how he's basically came across as a senior council member. And he's probably not listens to wind. There's no way he could be Christos, because Christos wasn't around that long. Cal couldn't be the gatekeeper, because Harry would notice that he's like 7 feet tall. So the only two remaining senior council members who are male would be Merlin and Ebenezer. He doesn't have to be an established character. But if he's on senior council power level, then that just implies that he would have to be either current or formal senior council member. I guess technically he could be the Merlin. I don't really think so though, because I don't see Merlin's motivation to be like Cal. Also, whoever Cal is had to have spent a significant amount of time among necromancers. And I don't see the Merlin having necromancer friends. Like, if he had been known to hang out with necromancers at any point in time, they wouldn't let him be the Merlin, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Cal's identity isn't even significant. Who knows? Maybe he was just like a throwaway villain for that book. I've been wrong about that shit a lot before. I definitely saw some necromancy in the Templar books. Pretty early on in the book, the guy, Logan, I think his name was, brings some people back from the dead. I'm so curious what happens in that series too. But like mostly like the characters didn't feel like they had any depth to me. And character relatability is like #1 for me in books. Like it's absolute pinnacle of like the hierarchy of importance is you gotta have good characters that you can like really understand the motivations of and ideally relate to in some way. So that's why, like, now that I've looked at Lightbringer, I'm not going to be able to go back to Templar while Lightbringer's going on. Like so far, Lightbringer is way better characters. Way better characters. Exactly, yeah, it's more focused on like the fight scenes, and it has a very, I don't know what the word is, like it's sort of a textbook explanation of things. Like it's very factual in its descriptions. What's going on does not feel like it's being filtered through the perception of a human being so much as it's like just relaying facts. Yeah, and it cuts to only the most important events. Like you don't So Jim Butcher in his like writing courses, he's very big on these giving equal importance to what's called scenes and sequels. If you don't know, all a sequel means in this context is the reaction to a scene. So like an action happens during a scene, but then you'll have like a whole nother chapter where you get to see all the characters sort of reflect what happened during that scene. You find out what the characters think about that scene and how the scene is going to impact their future decisions. So that kind of approach to writing gives you a much more sort of emotional involvement and like understanding of what the characters are going through. Whereas the Templar series, it's all scenes, no sequels, basically. That makes sense. Which could be, you know, that's kind of what a lot of people want. And a lot of people don't necessarily want to feel emotionally attached to their characters. They just want to see some cool action and have some interesting concepts happen. But yeah, I very much want to know what's going through the mind of the characters. And I feel like I get a lot more of that out of Lightbringer. Like Gavin and Karis, or whatever her name is, and Kip, they're all very often reflecting on how they feel about the things that just happened. And you get to hear them kind of reasoning through their decisions, reflecting on the impact of their decisions. And it just feels very real. Like the characters feel real because of that. Yeah, true. Yeah, like the 20-hour books can be tiring, and a lot of time people want breaks between. And that's a lot of people consider Dresden Files as like the quick little in-between books, which is interesting to me because I think Dresden is like fairly heavy. What? Dude, did you see that? I clearly touched that book. I mean that bird. But the people describe Dresden as like not necessarily just short, but like simple, like popcorn kind of shit, like, which I think is pretty fucking deep, personally. But I guess compared to like a 40-hour Sanderson novel, I guess it is a little lighter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all the books combined are huge. It's a lot of words. Yeah, I'm really happy to finally be listening to a series that's interesting again. Like, yeah, this Lightbringer stuff is really high quality. Really high quality from what I can tell so far. But it's kind of too early to tell for sure. Like there have been a couple of books I read in the last year where where I had a completely different attitude about the book midway versus how I felt by the end of the book. Yeah, both of the disappointing series I have in mind were actually written by the same guy. Like, I should have learned my lesson from the first series, the guy who wrote that I didn't like. I'm probably not going to like this author. But I tried another series of his, and I thought it was pretty fucking good. So, like, the end, like, kind of started to, like, really question the morality of the good guys, basically. And then it only got worse in books 2 and 3. By the end, like, I thought, like the main character, another one of those, like, Force Awakens, like, inexplicably powerful chicks. Like, she was extremely bloodthirsty. She, like, did not feel anything about killing people. And she was just, like, ridiculously powerful with, like, no real explanation as to why. And yeah, by the end, I really didn't like the series. This would be the Grim Noir series. It's a 3-book. It's just like a little trilogy. I forget the author's name, but like he kind of introduces 2 main characters, and one of them is this overpowered girl who I didn't like. But there's another character who's like a main character. He was kind of like a hard-boiled, like, fedora wearing, like, assassin kind of guy. And he I liked him a lot more, but as time went on, like, the character I liked became less and less important, and he started to have, like, a love affair that was extremely boring. So like the best character for action became like a boring love character, and then like the unfairly powerful girl became like the real main character by the end. Yeah, Grim Company is not the same, I don't think. Grim Noir is basically like, it's X-Men set in the 1930s. That's all it is. It's just like, instead of being their powers being due to gene mutation, it's due to like sort of an alien presence that gives humans magic in order to let the humans grow their magic and then feed on the aliens, or feed on the humans when they die, to get like its power back, but with like a return on investment, basically. But other than that, like, nuance, it's like basically X-Men. You just have a bunch of people with each with their own kind of superpower, which is usually good. I like that. Alex Virus is basically same kind of thing, where it's like you have very specific set of like superpowers that like everybody kind of fits into their own element. But yeah, Grim Noir just like got old, like, as like, just like the author so clearly wanted you to like really like this girl and like think she was really cool. But I couldn't get over the fact that like she would just go on killing sprees all the time, and like have zero empathy for anybody. Like, I mean, she had empathy for people she considered good guys, basically. But she had a very had a very broad opinion of who she considers bad guys. And if you're a bad guy in her book, then she feels like nothing killing you. It's kind of like most of the characters she kills are kind of just people kind of drafted into the enemy army, you know? They're more or less like innocent people who have a job to do. Like, they aren't evil themselves, they happen to work for the bad guys. But like, she considers them bad guys, so she's fine with killing like as many of them as she possibly can. That kind of thing. I don't really agree with that. I subscribe to the Superman and Batman school of ethics, basically. The Goku school of ethics, where don't kill them, they belong in jail, that kind of thing. We never kill the enemy unless we absolutely have to, is how I think ethics should go. So like, when I see a character who's just like totally fine with slaughtering hundreds of enemy combatants who are just drafted into a war with no emotion about it whatsoever, I can't cheer for that. I can't root for that character. Yeah, like Michael Carpenter subscribes to the Superman school of ethics. He's gonna take your ass to jail and try to get you to repent for your sins. And he's only gonna kill you if he has to. And even if he considers you truly evil beyond redemption, when he kills you, he's still gonna feel bad about it. And that's how I think it should be. But yeah, I said that the author I was complaining about, he wrote 2 series that I didn't like. And it was actually the exact same problem that made me not like the other series too. Main character was not big on giving people second chances. You know, he made his judgment that someone is evil, and then he just killed them without any mercy or any feeling whatsoever. Like, no, you're bad. I'm gonna kill you, and I'm gonna feel good about it because you're bad. I don't know. I think that's like a sort of a difference between certain like groups of people in real society. I think, I'm not going to say who they are, but you can probably guess who I'm referring to. But there is a group of people in the Western world who kind of like to give people like second chances and forgive them and be all about redemption and trying to get people to a better place. And then there's another group of people who seem to just like decide that someone is a bad person and then just like have no reservations whatsoever about seeing that other person dead. You can probably get exactly what I'm referring to from that, but yeah, it really bothers me when people think that they have the moral authority to be happy that someone died because, oh, he was a bad guy. All right, let me read what you said here. Oh yeah, yeah. Nicodemus, he definitely had some second thoughts in Skin Game. He yeah, he definitely clearly was considering what Michael was saying. And I think it was his shadow. His shadow did something. He must have said something, whispered something in his ear, and that's what got him to make his final decision to not repent. Yeah, true. I mean, that's you could pull a Cassius. That's what Cassius did in Book 5. He's like, "Forgive me. Let me get rid of my coin. You can't do anything to me now." Yeah, true. I think similar thing would have happened though. So where in Book 5, Michael and Sonya had to leave Cassius alone, but Harry kicked his ass because Harry doesn't subscribe to the same code of ethics, I guess. And yeah, there's no way Harry would let Nicodemus off the hook. True, yeah, he wasn't exactly being useful at the end of the Skin Game. Really, Skin Game was not his book. Like, he was the main character, yeah, but he's not the person who saved the day. It was fucking Butters, actually. Butters and Michael did like most of the important action. And Gray as well. Dude, that's the second time that happened. Why do I keep missing the bird? Oh my god, that's some bad luck, dude. I should be able to fit through there. 3 hits from the squirrels, man. Can you believe it? Ooh, dude, I just looked at the time. This run is incredibly bad. Yeah, well, Dresden's always worth a reread. I think they get better as every time you read them, to be honest. Like, you notice a lot more things the more you read them. I'm already feeling like I gotta reread this Lightbringer shit, because, like, I think I missed so much important stuff early in the book already. Yeah, you gotta up that, man. I think I've read the series 3 times since 2022. I don't know. You probably wouldn't get that much new out of it second time. Like, if you... Yeah, I mean, I try to listen to other stuff, but 90% of what I get started on, I end up not liking. Maybe more than 90%. So I often, like, I get disgusted with how much time I'm wasting listening to stories that I can't get into. Just like, fuck it, man. I'll go back to what I know I already like. Yeah. It's also true that I'd say starting around book 11, the books were better. With the exception of Peace Talks. Every book after book 10 is vastly superior to the first, like, 2 books at least. And there are a lot of books between 5 and 10 I didn't like very much. I don't think Proven Guilty is that great. I really don't like White Knight. I didn't like Blood Rights. Pretty much anything that focuses too much on the White Court, I don't like very much. Just not that into sex vampires. Proven Guilty. Proven Guilty has gotten better on re-listens. That, if you don't recall, that's the one where the whole book is about Molly, basically. And SplatterCon. And it's actually a really good book, but like, I would say it's kind of the most confusing of them. I still don't understand, after many rereads, what the fuck happened in Arctis Tour in that book. You might not remember if it's been a long time, but that's where they have to save Molly from the Fae in Arctis Tour. But when they get there, nobody's there. And then Harry smells hellfire. And they never explain what happened. I'm pretty sure they never actually explain it. It seems like someone in league with the Denarians attacked Arctis Tor, and then all the fairies were gone for some reason. Off, like, fighting Summer, I guess. He meets Leah there in that book. Leah is... she's frozen in ice in the courtyard of Arctis Tor. And she acts a little crazy, and you don't know until book 14 that that's because she's possessed by Nemesis, and Mab is trying to cure her. It's definitely something that's more interesting on reread once you know why she's there and what's going on. But yeah, they definitely don't explain what the fuck is up with the Hellfire. Like, why was Arctis Tor completely unguarded? I think that's something that we're gonna still find out about later. Yeah, Ghost Story is the hardest to get through for a lot of people, because there's some action in it, but Harry is very limited in what action he can take part in. So it's kind of like you gotta be rooting for, like, Molly and Murphy to get the action done. And Mort. But Ghost Story has some pretty important lore in it, though. Like, for example, Harry recounts his first meeting with He Who Walks Behind. Which I think is very important. Earl King's place? Yeah, I think that's important because we're absolutely gonna see He Who Walks Behind again. And he's gonna be, like, important later on, I think. You might actually be getting a couple books confused. And changes when Harry and Susan are on the way to Chichen Itza. They go to the Never Never and they run into Earl King and all his goblin followers, and they have, like, a fight there. But that's, like, it's obviously far from, like, the focus of the book as a whole. So, like, yeah, the events in Chichen Itza, like, take heavy precedence. Yeah, and book 11 was Morgan being an outlaw in the council. That one was really good, I thought. Mostly because I liked the Skinwalker, the Negloshi. That guy was fucking awesome, dude. Seeing him kick the shit out of, like, multiple people was great. I really liked the description of what happened to Harry's mind after him seeing the Skinwalker with his sight. Thought that was really fucking cool. And then that's the one where Listens to Wind fights the Skinwalker at the end. And that is one of the coolest fights in the series by far. Like that was just awesome, dude. Fucking, he's basically Yoda in the old Star Wars movies. Like, listens to wind, walks up all like stiff back, and like doesn't look like he can really do anything. But then he starts fighting, and he's like actually extremely powerful. Yeah, Morgan was a good character because he's, by the end, you understand why he's an asshole. Like, you go from hating him to, like, kind of liking him. I thought, like, the very end of that book was kind of good, too, where Peabody attacks the council. I like that because you got to see the Merlin in action for the first time. Yeah, I think the Merlin is a really cool character, even though you're not supposed to like him. But like, I really want to see like how powerful he really is. And you get a pretty good glimpse of that in Turncoat, it's called, because that's when he like he's able to like stop the Outsiders' attack while simultaneously telepathically communicating like individual messages to individual people at the same time, while like actually painting pictures in their minds and like showing them graphs and like maps and shit. All in like the space of a second. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. Like, I'm always interested by like magic powers that are not necessarily the flashy kind. Like, yeah, the Merlin had a very interesting power. There's something you probably haven't read that you'll probably like if you thought Morgan was interesting. On his website, Jim has what he calls microfictions, which are basically just like 1 or 2 page little stories. Like, it's not even a story really, it's just kind of like little expositions. And there's one called Journal, which is Morgan's last letter to Lucio before he knows he's going to die. And that shit has some heavy lore in it. Basically explains that Harry is potentially something called a destroyer. And he capitalizes the D. So Harry is a capital D destroyer. Whatever that is. And that's why he gave Harry such a hard time. Because apparently Harry is like a god of destruction, basically. So yeah, definitely check that out. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, definitely check that out, because it's like a super fast read and you get a lot of information out of a few words. Another good little microfiction story is, I mean, it's not that good, but it's interesting, is you see the interaction between Kincaid and Ivy after Kincaid agrees to keep this kind of non-spoiler because it's such a big deal. It's a conversation after Kincaid and Harry make their agreement as to what he's going to do at the end of Changes. And yeah, Ivy finds out what he's gonna do, and she is not happy. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can't really be... Can't really be too biblical in a pantheon that includes, like, Zeus and fucking... I'm getting Zeus confused with Odin, but yeah, like... all these, like, Greek and Norse gods and fucking fairies. Like, sooner or later, you're gonna have a conflict of lore with Christianity. Like, yeah, what the fuck is a destroyer? I want to know. Like, it clearly means something very important if they capitalize the D. I think it might have to do with Starborn. Like, maybe a destroyer is what a Starborn evolves into. Something like that. Like, maybe the best Starborn becomes a destroyer. But yeah. Alright, so that run was just barely sub 2 hours. The timer looks like it was more than sub 2 hours, but I spent like 5 to 10 minutes getting ready for the run. Yeah, I am pretty pro Christianity, so I'd like to see it portrayed in a good light in fiction in modern times where so many people love to shit on Christianity. And that in the Dresden lore, it is implied that the white god, as they call him, is above all other gods. But he's also, I believe, the least capable of intervening because of the whole free will thing. It might interest you to know that Jim does indeed plan on having Satan in the series at some point. So that could be really cool. In fact, in the interview, he's like, his quote is something along the lines of, he's the fucking Prince of Darkness, man. I gotta have him in my books. He does like a fucking Aussie accent. Alright, I'll be right back. Yeah, I think I could be misunderstanding it, but as far as I comprehend, I think Satan might actually be the one who whispered in Harry's ear at the end of Changes cause the events of Ghost Story to happen. You know, the shadow that Uriel reveals. It's like after he does that, Harry says something like, the Prince of Darkness gets to do whatever he wants, whereas you have to follow all these stupid rules. But I don't know. It could have still been an agent of hell, basically whispering in his ear. But I'd like to think that maybe it was literally Lucifer talking to Harry there. Yeah. I hope what he might do, and I kind of hope he doesn't do, is bring Satan in as an ally, basically. Because even Satan doesn't want the outsiders to win. And therefore, he has to kind of team up with them. Because I think that would kind of cheapen him to not have him be like the pinnacle of evil. Yeah, true. Yeah, good point. Yeah, it's definitely in every character, especially Nicodemus. Do you know much about who Mac could be? I believe there's 3 angels. They're known as the Watchers. And that's what Mac is very strongly hinted at being. I mean, very directly. Book 14, the outsider calls Mac Watcher. I thought it was very cool that the outsider, who's basically one of the most powerful and evil characters we've seen in the series so far, personally recognizes Mac and like hates him a lot. Interesting. Yeah, that could be it too. Because like when they ask him, when they ask him, "Who are you?" at the end of book 14, he says, "I'm out." Like that could mean he's out. He's like, I'm out of this game. You know, I'm not involved. Could mean he's saying I'm an outsider. Could be what that means. But he is called a Watcher by the outsider, and I guess he doesn't necessarily have to be an angel, but in Battleground, when Harry tries to look at him with the sight, I think Harry says that Mac must have intellectus, which is a feature of angels. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I definitely think that's cool that you have this character who seems like he's not really important. You know, at the beginning of the series, and he's kind of there all along, just being there, not really being too important. And it turns out he's like fucking pretty fucking cool, it seems like. Yeah. I like the one time, like, he actually had a lot to say. It's at the start of Changes. Mac has, like, basically a whole paragraph to Harry about how he's going into the Badlands now, and he has to be very careful. Harry's like, wow, you just talked more than I've ever heard you talk, and that's crazy. Alright, Mario.
It's me, Mario. Hello.
Did I show you the interview where Jim is like asked about how Justine was next to an injured Mac in book 14? Jim is like, oh shit, you're right. Seems like he didn't mean for that to really happen. I'm gonna wait till the timer says 10 minutes on the bottom so I know what my actual time for this run is. Also, yeah, another reason why Max seems like he's an angel, not an outsider, is because he recognized the plaque, which is from the crucifixion. And he was like, he's unwilling to tamper with something so holy. Yeah, Jim thinks that he thinks of continuity errors as an opportunity to be creative, basically. And I don't think he knew what he was gonna do to Justine until peace talks. So I think when he wrote her in book 14, everything was normal at that time. But then he says that what happened to Justine happened when she first got close to Lara, which would have happened like closer to book 9. So I think he must have forgotten about her being on Demon Reach. Dude. Dude, really? It was too early? I felt like I was too late. I kind of rushed the end of that trick because I thought I was like way too late. I don't know how much I can really get into this game. And I wasn't really into Link to the Past either. I was just talking about books the whole time. I didn't really pay attention to Link to the Past. But that's usually when I'm having the best streams. I'm having the most fun when I'm actually talking to people and not paying attention to the games themselves. Well, Jim did write an outline for the whole series at the beginning. But it was not a detailed. Oh my god, that's a lot of time loss. It was not a very detailed outline. Like he knew the core main events that are gonna happen in each book, but he didn't know how it was gonna happen, which characters were gonna be involved. All that shit. But yeah, that's one of the greatest strengths of the series, is that because he's known from the beginning exactly where the story is going, he's able to pace things just right. Whereas that Alex Vera series, that was just intended to be like 2 or 3 books, and that turned into 12. Doing these stars in sort of the wrong order from the week. And yeah, I mean, to enjoy a book, you kind of have to get lost in it and not think outside the fourth wall. But when you like a series as much as I like this one, like, and you end up spending like 10 years so far waiting for more books to come out, and only get like 2 books so far. One tends to want to learn everything you can about the series in the meantime. Well, that's one way to do the star. Yeah. Yeah, I don't go looking for holes, because I think if you look for holes, you're gonna find them. Like, pretty much all the inconsistencies that I'm aware of for the Dresden Files aren't even things that I noticed myself. It's like reading what other people have to say about the series is how I discovered the thing about Justine on Demon Reach. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Unless it's so egregious that, like, it makes you just think the author is an idiot, I guess. Like... But like I'm convinced that Jim Butcher is way smarter than I am. So like I'm very forgiving of his little mistakes because I still think he's a genius.
Here we go!
Wow. Well, I'll never do that movement again. I've never done a triple jump in that ring before. I don't know why I did that. Wow. I mean, I think it's pretty easy to explain, actually. You just have to be like... Nemesis can only be in certain people at any given time, and he was currently occupying Maeve on the island. Therefore, he couldn't also be inside Justine on the island, you know?
Here we go!
Damn it. I usually get both those coins or neither of them, never just one. Yeah, and we still don't know if it's a mistake. Maybe he's just acting surprised and questioned about it to be tricky. You never know. Like maybe Justine did something in book 14. Maybe she did something really bad and we just don't know yet. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure even Jim knows how Thomas is getting out of there. When asked about it, he says, bold of you to assume he does get out. Maybe Thomas is just gone. Dude. I don't know. Also, like, let's say we do get Thomas back. Like, what if he's, like, completely warped and, like, a different person because of the punishment that Demon Reach puts him through? I mean, he might not be the same guy anymore. But it wouldn't be the first time Thomas is, like, severely traumatized. And then, like, potentially just, like, fine in the very next book. That's what happened in Turncoat. Was it? Yeah, he got tortured by the Skinwalker. At the end, he's like, I've been feeding on humans again. And they're just food to me now. And then, like, the very next book, he's, like, a good guy again. Yeah, Thomas has to come back, no matter what, in order to see, basically to finish Justine's story. You can't finish Justine's story without bringing Thomas back. Like, there's some strings to tie up there that involve both of them. And we won't be able to, like, you definitely won't get maximum drama out of the situation if you don't get to see Thomas come back knowing what happened to Justine. That was not a good setup at all. I fucking hate that. I hate grabbing that tree. Happens to me all the time whenever I fail this trick and I'm like trying to get back in position to set it up again. Oh my god. I hate this star so much. Shit always happens like on the way back to set it up. Like something hits me, like grab that tree. Oh, come on. Oh my god, I really want... Fuck! Cat is being really annoying right now. Really bad timing for my cat to start meowing. Like, already pissed off, and like, it's just that extra push over the edge that I need to get, like, really fucking annoyed right now. Alright, there we go. Wait. Yeah. I need a professional to explain to me how this star works, because I don't understand what causes me to get enough speed sometimes when I slide down the hill versus other times I don't have nearly enough speed to make it to the island. Like, there's probably a simple explanation as to why it works sometimes but not others, but as of right now it's just like random whether or not I have enough speed. Alright. We're cool again. Cat, shut up. I got the star. No big deal. What am I doing? Oh god. What am I doing, dude? Now the cat's being loud again. Oh my god, shut up. Oh my god. What am I doing? This run's a wash, dude. You're supposed to, yeah, you're supposed to jump. There you go. I'm currently in work denial. You ever been in work denial? It's where you have to work this week, but you don't put any effort in. You just ignore the fact that you have to work and don't think about it at all. Nice. That's what's up. That's the way to be. Week between Christmas and New Year's should not include work. Unless you're, like, customer service. No, I did some work today, but it was... Let's just say I did not push my limits. With how hard I worked. The absolute minimum. I hope to do the same thing tomorrow. It is gonna bite me in the ass though. Like, I work from home. Great. It's not guaranteed to stay that way though. Like, every year I kind of have to re-up it. So like, I only know for sure I'm working from home until September. At which point, basically have to have my psychiatrist write a note saying that like I can't go into the office for like mental health reasons, which is no longer true, but I don't care whatsoever. Just let me work from home, please. It is quality engineering, which is a fancy way of saying testing. The job is a little more complicated than just testing, though, because yeah, we have a very complicated website for event planning, like corporate events. Where you get like shit where you have like thousands of attendees and like you gotta like the system like helps you like book the hotels, fucking like helps you have different itineraries for different people. You know, it organizes all your like your speakers at the event, all the payments involved. Basically, it's event management software, but a lot more goes into that than you might think on the surface, because events are very complicated for like, large corporations. But what I do is I basically manage the daily hot fixes. Every day we have code changes that goes out, and we compile all those code changes. Like my team, ourselves, we get all that new code together ourselves, put it into a package, and then our job is to compile that package of new code, deploy it to a testing region, and then run a 8 hours worth of automated testing on that new code. And then the next day we come in and we analyze the results of the automation, which we call regression. And then basically every day we find like a bunch of new shit, like a bunch of new problems in the code. It's like every time someone introduces a change, it breaks something somewhere. So I gotta figure out what broke. I gotta like figure out which of like the 50 different teams that work on different parts of the product needs to be contacted to figure out what the problem is. And that usually involves either fixing something in that code right away or just removing their new code from the package, all to get the new code package ready to be officially released overnight on the India side of things. It's basically, the company is like 90% Indians. It's always been kind of interesting for me. Like, I'm the only white guy on the team, and it's cool. I do not hear Indian accents anymore. Someone speaks to me with an Indian accent, it just sounds like American to me now. It's funny. Basically we have a very wide array of test data sets. Like every different type of event situation that you can imagine already has its own replication in our testing region with its own tests that work on that data set. So yeah, we are kind of tailoring it to the different situations different customers might find themselves in, but it's always possible to miss stuff. But fortunately, we've gotten very good over the years, and very, very, very rarely do we release code that causes a problem in the production region. And that's why they pay me the big bucks. So we're doing a pretty good job at keeping the production region stable. But what's annoying is all this stuff I just described very, very often does not take 8 hours a day to do. It's not an 8 hour a day job just to do everything I just described. So what they try to fill up the other time of the day, basically bullshit that doesn't matter. And that's like an example is like we have an internal sort of web page that shows the status of these new code packages, like displays like just information about those packages in a nice, neat looking little UI. And like my side tasks that fill up all this extra time is to work on that shit and like make our own little UI portal look a little better and function a little better. But it's in no way, shape, or form directly helping customers with anything. It's basically there just to keep us busy. And so that's the problem. I hate coding. I didn't go to school for coding. I never wanted to code. But these side tasks involve coding. So like they've basically slowly over time they've introduced more and more like demand for me to code shit that doesn't matter, that I don't care about, and that I don't want to do. And it's just not important at all. So my struggle is I basically I don't do enough of these kinds of tasks. Like I procrastinate very hard and just like really suck at it anyway. And like anything I try to program, I gotta ask like a million questions on how to do it. It'll take me 5 times longer than it takes like some like Indian kid fresh out of college who actually took courses on programming. And so I'm like being vastly overshadowed by employees with less time at the company who come in already knowing how to do this shit. You can like do really well at these pointless side tasks. And yeah, it really worries me though, because I'm like a senior on the team. I should be the best at everything. But like I'm like the worst at this kind of shit. So like I worry about job security because of that. But I am pretty good at the core responsibility that I described of packaging new code, testing it, analyzing the results, communicating with teams to get the results fixed, shit like that. So like I guess They keep me around because I am pretty good at that, but not a day goes by where I don't worry that, like, I'm not gonna make it because I hate coding. Right? Yeah, I'm very good at triage. That is actually a very large part of the job because, like I said, the product is so complicated that there's literally like 50 different development teams who all work on different aspects of the product and all have very different specialties. And I have to be the guy who knows what team to contact to fix what problems. So that is a somewhat valuable skill. It helps keep me some job security. Sorry, I missed some of what you wrote about Unix and stuff because it already scrolled off the screen. Wait, no, I can read it over here. You said about the switch hosted server from Windows to Unix. Yeah, I don't know anything about Unix. Everything I ever do at my job is on Windows, and I don't really go into servers ever. It's like the code deployment that I do is like basically all handled through automated jobs. So like never do I have to actually go onto a server and like copy paste some code fix there. It's not how it works. I don't do anything with hardware, you know. In fact, the company laptop that I'm supposed to use for my work, I only use that shit like once a month. I do all my shit on my personal computer, which I'm probably not supposed to do. Are you gonna set up network servers? That's cool. That's a good skill set. That's definitely valuable. I'm more interested in hardware than programming, that's for sure. Like, I don't know much about either of them, but I don't like how abstract programming is. I like tangible, solid things much more than concepts. Yeah, I like hands-on things. It is kind of easier. The networking class I had in college was pretty hard, though. So, like you had to learn this thing called the OSI model, which is like how there's like 7 different like layers between, yeah, the layers of fucking a network. It's like you got like your firewall, then you got your fucking conversion to binary, and then you like your analog into digital, and like all this crazy shit that I don't really know anything about. But my college education did not include programming at all. Like, the only programming I learned is how to make websites. Because I very intentionally chose not to do computer science because I didn't want to do that shit. So like it makes me mad that like, slowly over time work is like wanting me to do shit that would have required a computer science degree. Like I very deliberately chose not to get involved with this shit. And they're trying to force it on me. It's basically the learn to code meme. AI is like unironically pretty helpful though. One of these programming tasks I have to do, like I was able to just like tell the AI in plain English what I wanted to do. And then it was able to tell me, okay, adjust this line with this, and then that line with that, and then go to this file and change this. It's pretty darn helpful. Yeah. I'm not actually able to test these code changes I made. It's like I gotta basically run a local server with my code changes. When I do that, I'm not able to make API calls to it because it doesn't pass authentication. I don't know what to do about that. I've been stuck on it for like 2 months. Oh, nice. Oh, cool. That's a really useful skill. Understand electric, what do you call them? Electrical systems and air conditioning. Maybe you understand why my apartment complex has to turn on the AC for everyone at the same time and switch from heater to AC for everyone and not allow you to switch between heat and AC in your own unit. What the fuck is that? What's that all about? It sounds like some old school technology to me. Cheap fucks? That sounds about right. It's really bad. Most years there's several weeks where it's way too hot and you can't have AC yet. Window unit. I can technically. I'm scared to do that because I don't want wasps to get in. So I do get a couple wasps every year. I don't want any more. But yeah, the reason it bothers me, I try explaining to them, but they don't care, is that it's very, very easy to add heat to an apartment. It is very difficult to make an apartment cooler without AC. If you don't have a heater on and it's kind of cold outside, no big deal. Just get like a little space heater and you're good to go. You could even put on some more clothes. Like, you can easily add heat. But there's jack shit I can do to make it cooler when it's too hot. Except, I guess, yeah, window unit. My windows aren't shaped like... Actually, I don't think my windows are shaped in such a way that I could do that. Like, the windows are very, very big and not like a standard window size. And it's not like a sliding piece of glass. It kind of opens up at an angle. Like you twist a knob and then like the front of the glass, like the bottom of the glass will start to come out at an angle where the top stays fixed, so it kind of flaps like this. Flaps open. Just like the shape of it. I don't know if you could install like a window kind of AC thing. Awning, yeah, that's the right word, yeah. I didn't think those systems would work that well. Maybe, I mean, it's gotta be better than nothing. My place is pretty large. Like I don't know if having just one would do the trick. I don't know if it might be an advantage in that my place is very vertically stacked. Basically, my apartment is a series of like 6 half floors. Like it's like half a staircase, and then like at the top of the staircase is a room, and then like you have another half a staircase going the opposite direction. And then there's another room at the top of that. And basically, you got all these. You got all these vertical shapes everywhere. Right. The top is where I spend all my time. Top is where I am right now. Top is where I do my work. It's where my computer is. So that's definitely not helping the situation. I've had thermometers, basically like electric thermometers during the summer and or even the spring, and yeah, it goes up to like 90 something degrees inside the room I spend my whole day. So yeah, I don't like it very much. It's very hot. All the other rooms are really hot too, but yeah, the top is definitely the hottest. I worry about the safety of my cats. Although, from what I understand, I believe cats have higher heat tolerance than we do, so it should be alright. I'm in Virginia, so it's pretty moderate heat. Like it, in like in the middle of April, you probably got like mostly 70-degree days. It's like a couple of days in 80 degrees, but it's like it's 80 degrees outside, then it's definitely like over 90 in this top floor room. Yeah, Florida's much worse for sure. But like they won't turn the AC on because like they'll look at the weather and like there'll be like fucking 3 days in a row at 89 degrees outside, but then like one day the low at night will go to like 45 or some shit randomly, and because that one day that's 45, they feel like they can't turn on the AC because people will freeze to death. There's no way they could put on a few more clothes and get like a little electric space heater that doesn't require some fancy fucking attachment to your window to control the temperature. Yeah, I don't really understand how it works, but yeah, my AC is like an on and off switch. Like, I have a thermostat, but it doesn't seem to actually work. Like basically, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of backwards. I think it's might be particular to my unit, but like the thermostat is sort of opposite of what it's supposed to be. If I move the thermostat to a really high temperature, that's when the AC kicks on. And then in the winter, when I want to turn the heater on, I point my thermostat to a really low number. It makes no sense. So basically, it's an on-off switch. Like when I want the AC on, I gotta put the thing at a really high number, and then it stays on infinitely because as the AC continues to cool things, and the temperature inside the place gets further and further away from where the thermostat is actually pointing to. But yeah, what's actually going on is there's a separate building that I guess has the whole HVAC system, and like when they turn on the heater, they gotta light a flame or something like that. And then when they turn on, for some reason, when they turn on the cool, they have to turn off the heat, which is like the root cause of the problem. They can't have both available at the same time. It's one or the other. And like, yeah, it's really ghetto, and well, it's not ghetto, but it's like it's outdated technology, clearly. But again, like what pushes me over the edge, like I can tolerate it, is the fact that they prioritize not letting it get too cold way over letting it get too hot. Dude, what the fuck? What is the trick to this? It's like they're so afraid of like people complaining because it's too cold in the apartment that they'll let it get ridiculously hot. And they're okay with that. But heaven forbid if people have to put on a sweater. Oh my god. It is an individual electric bill because, like I said, I have a sort of an on-off switch for, like, based on the season, like, only cool air is available if I want it. But I can still demand as much or as little of that cool air as I want. So, we're gonna have to have individual prices because some people are consuming what's available much more than other people. Yeah, they can't have individual ACs for each. They would not install individual air conditioners for each unit. How do they tell? I have no idea. Yeah, I think the place is built in like the 60s, so it's like a very old building at this point, which is why I always assume it's so ghetto. I always assumed something about its setup is so old that it can't have modern technology. question. I have no idea. I don't understand it well enough. And I couldn't really ask the maintenance people because they don't speak English enough, well enough to have a conversation about it. Yeah, it's a sacrifice I make. And I do think it's a sacrifice worth making because my square footage for a dollar paid is by far the best deal in town. I have a ton of space compared to most people living in my city. Like, legit, like, twice as much space as most people. So that to me makes it worth it. Like, if I got a modern apartment, I'd be paying the same amount for like almost half of the space. And I got a lot of shit, and I need a lot of space because I've got a personal like gym, a pretty decked out fucking gym. So like I definitely need like a concrete floor basement kind of deal to have that. So I can't live in like your standard apartment, dude. That sucks. So yeah, like it's still worth it for me. I value the space for money spent much more than the AC. If I had to move to like a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment without a basement of some kind, I legit don't know what I would do. It's like I have way too much shit for that little space. Exhaust duct? That goes outside, right? It's pointing outside because yeah, I don't really know what you're talking about because like I can't picture really the thing that you're describing. Just like, is it really going to be sealed enough so that wasps don't come in? That's my main concern. Like, it's already bad enough that I get like a couple wasps per year. Like, it really freaks me out. I haven't got stung yet. But like every year I worry about it. Like, I get really paranoid. And like when I actually see a wasp inside my place, like I can't stop thinking about it for days. It's not just for me. Like, my cats are, if they see a wasp, they're gonna think it's a toy. I feel terrible if they get stung. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I just figured it'd be really hard to set up and like... I mean, it is gonna be really hard to set up, I think. So it's like this awning is like... basically down at the floor. So like I gotta like basically be on my belly to install this shit. Yeah, there's a window. I could, don't think the camera can really show it. Dude, this is not hard. I'm just not focusing very hard on the game. Yeah, like this is the main room that we needed. I think if the room that all the heat is gravitating towards is the one with the window unit, I feel like that would make the whole house cooler. Yeah, I can definitely open it. It's just, so it's like it's kind of a sketchy window. Like the frame is like rusty and fucking old as shit. And like to get it to open, like I gotta like it might need some serious work to get it to actually open because it's gonna be so like stuck in there. Oh really? That's cool. You have a track record of success. Oh yeah, he's from Florida too. Yeah, I guess it should be doable. I think I'm still gonna struggle with the heat quite a bit because like it's just the sheer temperature of the place. Like it gets ridiculously hot, but it should help a lot. Like, I'm not expecting perfection here. Just any more comfort would be a win. Nope, I'm right below the roof. Which is usually a really good thing, because nothing drives me crazier than a neighbor walking around a creaky floor above me. One of the last places I lived in had like just like a really creaky floor, and my neighbors were fucking really overweight, so like every day just constantly sound like elephants stomping around above me. Yeah, that's another reason why I really like the place I currently live in. It's got a lot of space, and it's really good for noise. It's the least noisy place I've ever lived in besides my parents' house. Oh shit, how do I react to this? Yeah, it should help with the room I'm spending most of the day in. That would fix most of my problems. I still have to deal with the fact that, you know, I now lift weights in my place, which I didn't have to deal with. I didn't have that problem the last few springs. So now, like, I'm gonna go lift weights in a really hot room, and then not really have a cool room to at least retreat to when the lifting is over. So like cooling off won't be possible unless we can get this room decent. Oh, there's really not a window where the weights are. But yeah, again, I I can suffer through that as long as there's somewhere cool to go to after the workout. Because first of all, it's in the basement, which is even the sun, like in the hot temperature, is going to be the coolest room. There's no window too, which makes it even cooler. And also, my workouts have very, like, it's just weightlifting with pretty long rest intervals between sets. So like, I don't actually get sweaty when I lift weights. I rest really long so that I'm like really recovered for every set. So I should be okay. I really appreciate you telling me about this. I had certainly read about window AC units before, but I just like, at the time I was just like, man, this shit looks too complicated. It's not worth it. I can't figure it out. But you're making me think that it is. It is in fact possible for someone as dumb as me. Yeah, that would fix. That would really relieve a lot of anxiety, because like I'm already worried about it. It's not going to be hot for another 3 months, but like it's already something that I think about somewhat frequently. It's like, all the time. It's like coming out, I'm thinking, ah man, it's gonna be fucking hot. Like, it's fucking shit. That was bad. Alright, at least I didn't fall all the way down. Yeah, definitely gotta get it working early. I'm not gonna want to install it when it's already hot. At that point, I'm minimizing all movement to as little as possible. Oh no. Okay, well that was good. That could have been a lot worse. Yeah, that would literally fix my biggest problem with my living situation. That'd be great. Figure out a way to get rid of those wasps, and then we'll really be in good shape. Then we just gotta bring the rent down by about $1,000. Yeah, rent is really fucking expensive, but I pay a lot. But like again, it's by far the most space of like anything around here. So it's like as expensive as it is the best deal you're gonna get where I live. I can't afford my own property unless I move very far away from where I work. Yeah, in order to afford housing, I would have to move like solid 30 miles away from where I work. And even then, I'd be moving to a place to where my friend who has a house out there says he's having serious problems with taxes currently. So, like, yeah, it's just like it's very hard to have a house around here. Like, if you find an affordable house, then you're still gonna pay a ridiculous amount in taxes. But yeah, living near where I work would, like, a shitty little house would cost $1 million easily. Easily $1 million for a house around here. Hey, dude, it's fucking Washington, D.C., man. Fucking some of the richest people in the world all want to live around here. Another thing I worry about too is that this place might not. I'm not like certain that it's going to exist, you know, forever. And like, it's like one of the only old buildings around here. Like, sooner or later, someone's gonna want to buy this property and put some new buildings here. But I don't know. I thought that was going to happen like back in 2020, but it still hasn't happened, so get to live here for now. There, almost done. I haven't paid a lot of attention to this Mario run, but looks like it's pretty slow. So far, we're an hour and 5 minutes into it. Means my PB would already be done. It's been somewhat entertaining, though. Gotta end my work denial soon here. I will be having to go to work. Well, not go to work, but, you know. If it's anything like today, it should be really easy. But, wait, what am I doing? There's always a good deal of guilt over not getting these side programming tasks done every day that I don't do it. Makes me feel more like a piece of shit. Wait, like now you're gonna go into work at 11 at night? I guess if that means you don't have to go tomorrow, that's kind of a win. Oh. It's my favorite movement in the whole run. Stuff. Sounds like your boss is somewhat lenient if he's cool with you working at midnight and not coming in during the day. I said he, I make some gender assumptions there. It could be a she. Nice. Dude, what are these awful throws? Like, I'm not getting enough distance. I'm doing the right direction, at least, but... Ah, it's close. Alright, GG. Looks like my time for this game was about 1 hour and 10 minutes. So, it's alright. 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 2 seconds. Alright, well, I enjoy our conversations. I really appreciate the help with the heat situation. I can show you now. Out to get some perspective. So yeah, there's the window. See, it's very big window, and we look at it from underneath. See that square there in the middle? That's the actual part that opens up. It's partially covered by the curtain. They open out from the bottom, so it's not left or right. Is you twist, there's a thing at the bottom that you twist, and then like this, the top of the window stays stationary, and then the bottom part swings outward. And that's hard to see, but it's the best I got.
Mario, the power of the stars is restored to the
Cool,
castle.
man. Well, I'm gonna get going. I gotta get tired ASAP.
And it's
I haven't been
always
sleeping enough lately, and
Mario. I have to do something special for you.
keep falling asleep way later than I mean to. Time to take drugs. Yeah, true. Alright, take it easy, man.
Good,
Peace.
everybody. Let's make a delicious cake. For Mario.